Good morning, friends.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, friends. How many participants are there? Only eight. I thought many are there. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Only eight participants or more?
No,
20,
22.
22.
22. Okay. I didn't count it actually. Okay, friends. I think we can continue. Mm, almost all joined, right? Yeah. Yeah. I got some inputs from the training. We have to set the agenda. I think we are setting agenda every day, right? We are setting agenda. So this was on the first day what we have learned. Let us recap so that on the first day we have understood what is a technology, what is a protocol, such things, and we have understood how a system is built and to analyze, to do any performance analysis, how the system has to be analyzed. We have to find what protocols, what technologies, and what protocols are used in the design of our application. Okay. And we have understood what is the processed data, what is information, and we discussed about what is text uh, as a prerequisite to understand HTTP protocol. And we understood what JMeter application is as a load generator. And we also have understood because to collect more data to arrive at a statistical values, we need to generate the load. And I think we discussed about HTTP protocol and the resources consumed by the activities like CPU, and we discussed about other resources. Okay, and I think some statistics about averaging and standard deviation, how important is the standard deviation value along with the average value. And I think you are recollecting. And we understood few functionalities of JMeter, like what JMeter, for what purpose the JMeter is developed. Still, we are in the process of understanding, because the last 2 days we had some basics, prerequisites to understand the JMeter's features. Because without having some basics of like what is HTTP protocol, what are headers, what is cookie, what is cache, and why we have to have more number of users and the recording methods and all, we understood yesterday. Okay, so we also have on the first day itself, we have somewhere understood that JMeter has to help in generating the load and simulating the real user behavior, and it has to help in collecting the data, and it has to help us in controlling the activity. These points I many times stress to note these points also, right? And we should be, JMeter's functionality should help us in reading the response. We should be able to perform the client actions like browser. So for that, we have to understand the client. In the yesterday's class, we understood what browser do, how it parses, how it identifies the tags and renders for the end user. We have understood this, okay? And we also understood simulation and emulation. So this is the first day agenda. Someone asked like the agenda has to be set. Yesterday, these are our agenda. This is our agenda, right? Like we understood what is a proxy recording, how to use proxy. We understood HTTP script recorder, right? We used Firefox, Edge, Chrome extension, and how the Blazor, uh, we have used the Chrome extension from the BlazeMeter. Okay, I have written Blazor stack. How to edit the script? Only few things we have seen. Okay, editing the script means I can delete some activities. To understand that, I can decide to retain the activity or delete the activity. I can control the activity. Unlike in Selenium, where a sequence of execution is required, here it is not required, because every activity is represented by a sampler which has all the information of the server, port, pages, resources which we have to get from the server. So individually, each activity can be executed unless until there is any session ID tracking. If the communication is not dependent on the previous activity, simply we can shuffle the activities. We can configure the activities with controllers to have a different combination of the activities, which we will see. And we have understood browser functionalities, and we have to implement those browser functionalities, because our intention of avoiding the client process we have understood. When there is no client process, the functionalities of that client has to be implemented for our activity using JMeter functionalities. Okay, and some thread group settings like users. Still, today we will be learning more about thread group settings. Some headers discussion also we had yesterday. I think we had. Okay. Record, represent. Okay. Okay. And today we understand this. HTTP default manager, what are embedded resources, whether to download them or not, really what the browser will do. If you want to simulate, we have to download, how to filter them. Okay. And yesterday we have used our recorder, HTTP script recorder. There are many more settings. We have to understand them. Okay. Headers overriding. We have to understand the scope of the elements. We learn some logging also, variables, how to declare variables, some introduction to timers and controllers. We'll try. Okay. And someone asked to use whiteboard. I think I'm using whiteboard also, right? Because I don't know, my this writing pad sometimes it is giving those scratching lines. So with whiteboard, it is okay. Okay. And another input is like some needs some step-by-step explanation, uh, step-by-step process of interacting with JMeter. I think we have not entered much into the JMeter related stuff. We are still into the discussion about the basics, prerequisites, and understanding the client technologies, browser technologies, and some things. And some difficulty you might have faced yesterday in configuring that proxy. Okay. Sometimes I feel that if you try, instead of me giving one by one the steps and writing, sometimes somebody will write step one, slowly they write two, three, like that. If you try, you will the learning will be very generalized. Okay. So you can explore with other browsers also, because I have not shown you how to configure with Opera. So now you will understand that somewhere proxy has to be set with the port which we choose in the HTTP recorder, okay, and the certificates, so like that. So if I recommend learning of this tool in a general way, right? Not specific to JMeter. Tomorrow, if somebody asks you to work with another tool like LoadRunner, you should be able to derive the functionalities from LoadRunner, because you are understanding the concepts here. So you should be able to question how to represent the browser activities, how to implement the real user behavior, how to collect the data, how to control the activity. So if you question if you put these questions with other tools, you can easily find how the load runner implements, or Silk Performer. Many tools are there available in the market. WebLoad is there. Okay. So try to understand generally, not specifically in the context of JMeter. Okay. Now, always you can choose like if something has to be recorded at some port. So some proxy has to be installed at that port. We are sending a request from the browser to the HTTP server. That HTTP server may communicate with some database server. If you want to record what our code, our logic deployed on HTTP server is communicating with the database, from the browser we cannot identify record. So we need to install some proxy there on the HTTP server. So we have to capture the information from that proxy, and we should be able to know what our HTTP browser, what activity the HTTP browser is creating in the database server. Okay. And if you don't understand, you can interrupt me and you can ask me, right? I think we are communicating. So morning, I got some input, so I'm discussing these things. Okay. And assignment should be given at the end of the day. Okay. Because from today, so we will learn something about JMeter, then I can give you some assignments. That's all. Okay. Someone told that why don't we use whiteboard from Teams? Where is that actually? I didn't use it earlier. Does it provide any whiteboard in the Teams? Anybody know? Hello?
Yes, it does.
But here I'm not seeing. The more also.
No, I think you need to go to the chat and then there is an option.
This one is this?
No. Use chat.
Okay, I'll explore that later. Okay, I will continue because I am using whiteboard only here because with I'm not using notepad. This is OneNote actually. This one. Okay, because normally I use OneNote, but I don't know what happens. Sometimes the scratch lines are coming from the right corner up to here. I could not correct that actually. Okay, with whiteboard we are not facing such issues. Hmm. Okay, now see last 2 days actually that is a 1 day content what we have learned. Mostly I made the talking, right, without giving any gaps, no exercises were there. Sitting and listening to somebody talking for continuously 4 hours is very difficult. Okay, many times I repeated. I know like you might have lost track of what I was saying. Um, so today, all from now onwards, we will be interacting with JMeter functionalities. So you will be having more of hands-on. But before doing anything in JMeter, you should know like why we have to do that. Then only you will appreciate JMeter. If you understand why we have to do, why such settings are provided by JMeter, then you can easily understand. And also there is a very good documentation on JMeter. I will introduce you to that documentation. So component wise, functions wise, it was divided. The format is same. I am seeing this since almost 15 years. The format of documentation has not changed. Okay. Now you can learn from them. If you have some basic idea, you can understand easily. It is like a reference document. A lot of stuff he will include in that, so you may get confused. Once you understand the purpose of JMeter and the purpose of the design of the JMeter and your purpose of data collection and your objective of performance analysis and for that data collection, so then it will be easier. Okay, so with the last 2 sessions, you have some understanding of using JMeter. Of course, I have not explained you the interface of JMeter also, but you have understood, right? It is a simple interface. You can see the script which we create, the test plan. This is called script. And you might have seen this is saved as .jmx file. Okay. And all the elements with which this JMeter script is created are all graphical elements. Okay. Programmatically, we can control the activity of JMeter, but as such, the JMeter script cannot be coded. It is basically a XML file. Okay. So there is nothing like this. This whole script can be seen in some form of language. It is in the form of XML. We use languages that to add some logic to the activity or logic to the data collection. Basically, to control JMeter's activity, we will use some not some sometimes if the requirement is complex, we have to do more coding. Okay, and we also can create reusable Java jar files. You can add to your JMeter and you can make use of those classes. Okay, many things we can do, but we understand the basics of JMeter and how to create. The basic is we have to represent the user's activity, using some client. This is the basic thing which we have to learn. See, you have to simulate users activity with the client. Here client is browser. I'm just generalizing. But if you are communicating with HTTP server, we generally use the browser to record. We will use the browser. Or if you know what request we have to send, we can simply type in HTTP sample. You can choose the URL, you can choose the page, you can choose the body, and you can send the data. So users activity. This we want to do for more users. And we would like to control the activity. This is the later part. Why to control the activity? That is a different question. So basically, this is the main thing. Users activity, real users activity. I use another augment this real users activity. We want to represent in our script real users activity with the client. What is the meaning of with the client? Browser do some things like users cache, users headers, right? So we want to utilize JMeter's functionalities to simulate the browser behavior. We will see that, okay? And we are having many config elements. This all comes under config elements. So this is the main agenda for all of our whole training. This is the agenda. Real users activity has to be represented in our scripts, and you may use some browser. Sometimes you have to, sometimes browser means the client. Sometimes you have to represent mobile device. Sometimes you have to represent, you have to say that I am using Chrome, I am using Firefox, I am using Edge, because the server which creates the content might be specific for the client. So the client specific headers instructs the server technologies to generate the content specifically for the client. It can be a mobile phone, it can be an iPhone, it can be a tab, it can be different for different user clients. Server can generate the content, okay? And finally, we would like to control the activity, collect the data, visualize the data. This is the agenda, overall agenda for our learning, right? Now, till now, any questions? Any question? Anything out of JMeter also, like a performance, what is performance related, anything? Any questions? Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Any questions? Just visualize. You should be able to put some questions, something, anything about our flow of learning, my presenting of the topics, the sequence of the topics, something, any question. You can give me like any instructions, like if you are not following, because we are spending some time. My objective is, after this training, you should be able to create scripts. Now itself, if somebody asks, I think you can create the scripts. You should be able to ask many questions. Whoever gives you the job of, if somebody asks you to check the performance of the system, I'm asking you the question. If somebody asks you, because you attended some 1 day of 2 day of training, if somebody asks you to check the performance of the system, can you do it? You got some idea now? Won't you be having any questions to him who asks you to do this? Check the performance of the system. Imagine, can you do? No. The answer should be no, because whole system's performance we cannot imagine. The person who provides you the job has to give you the scenario. Means load how many users, what those users are performing, when they are performing, right? and what clients they are using, from which location they are communicating with the server. He has to give us the scenario, and he has to specify what activity performance you have to measure. You cannot do analysis also. You can do the testing. Testing means if somebody asks you that if the login activity is more than 5 seconds, you report. If it is less than 5 seconds, you don't report. This is a monitoring. Continuous monitoring will be happening after the system is deployed. So they will set the SLA, right? It should not cross, the login should not cross 5 seconds. So if it crosses, it is a concern, you will report. So you will sit and monitor, or you will have some email alerts or something you will configure in the CI/CD cycle pipeline. Testing comes when somebody asks you, check whether the login time, how much time is the login is taking. So you will measure. You don't have any setting. There is no testing here. Simply you're asked to measure what is the time taken for the login activity. And they will give you the scenario. I think you have got some idea like how to create the scenario, like how many users, and you can use the controllers. You can add some samplers. You can configure the samplers. Okay. So you create the scenario, you run it, you mark the transaction also. Somewhere in our discussion, we marked the transaction also. We can see the time. You can measure the, collect the data, and we can see the graphs also. Or you can integrate this with some Grafana like tool, and you can fetch this time series data, and we can view more colorful graphs there. There ends your job, because you will simply say, okay, login is taking 3 seconds. After that, what you want to do, you will not be knowing. If he says, check whether login is happening in less than 3 seconds, then the testing comes. So you measure, you take the average. If it is less than 3 seconds, you will say, yeah, it is happening, pass. When there is a comparison data, expected data, there comes the value. So basically,
Mastan, I have one question.
yes, tell me.
Yeah. So when user perform the performance testing on two different browsers, okay? So is there the result is vary on the different browsers?
You can answer this question. Our intention is to avoid the browser. We are using the client to generate the requests. Of course, there is logic in your question. I told you just now, few minutes back, we are having some headers which specifies the client, and server technologies, now new server technologies can generate the content specific to your client. So now,
Right.
for different clients which you specify, user agents, basically user agents, so different processing happens in the server, right? So different activities, so different performance. How much difference? We don't know. We have to check it. So
So
if
we
I say
need to
general,
ask the so we need to ask to stakeholders
yes.
that on which browser we need to do the performance testing, right?
No. Again, see, I'm correcting your sentence. We are not doing performance on the browser. We have to choose to which client the server has to generate the response. Got my point? There is difference. We are not, our intention with JMeter itself is to exclude the client process. That is the reason why we are having HTTP, like headers are there, cache manager is there, cookie manager is there, and we are having many facilities and some coding also we do to implement the client's process. Why we have to implement the client process? Because we are avoiding that client process. We are just using Chrome or Firefox or Edge or something only to capture the activity generated for our actions on our application. Now, headers are important because we are discussing today headers. Headers defines what type of content the server has to generate. So that activity defines the resource consumption. So your performance may get affected. If you ask to generate for tab, it might be different. If you ask to generate for some other IoT purpose, it might be different. There are many devices for which the HTTP server can generate the content. Earlier, it was only browser. Now we know, like for iPhone, it is different. For different sizes of mobiles have come, where we can open it like a book. So the screen will be more. For that, the content might, he is not simply expanding the content to fit the screen. It is generating more content. If it is a narrow single screen, the content will be different. We will scroll up. Otherwise, so the generation of the content differs for different clients. We are not rendering. I think in the last 2 days discussion, understood what is rendering. We don't have a client to render the data here. We are not rendering. Rendering means like our browser here. See, the browser has given the colors, right? Some names, light green, pink. Some colors are there here. This data is, if I right click and see, this is HTML only, right? It is HTML content, but this response we receive for every request. But JMeter is not rendering. Why to render? Because there is no real user sitting there and interacting. You got my point? So basically, for your question, the answer is, if you choose the user agent header, the activity or the performance data measured changes. Yes, please, Divya Patil. Yes.
Can you please stop sharing and reshare it? I'm not able to see your screen.
I'm not sharing anything. I am using. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. See, I have changed it. Are you seeing this Teams window now?
Yes.
Yes, just the
Yes, I kept
profiles.
that only. I kept that only. Okay. Okay. It's changed, right? It is changing. JMeter?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Now, I just wanted to check who asked the question. That's all. I went there. Okay. Any more questions? Consolidate your learning in the last 2 days. Our learning is.
I have one question adding to
Yes, please.
this Shri Vinay's question.
Yeah.
So, what I have observed is if suppose I'm using Chrome browser and the same environment, but still I have observed there is a variation in the, the results.
Yes.
So, what could be the reason behind this
The
and
reason
how
is
to?
simple and direct, because the availability of the resources at any time will not be constant. That is the reason why we are taking the help of statistics. Say, for example, you start from Pune station to Hinjewadi. You measure 10 days, 10 times, because 9 o'clock comes only once in a day. So you start at 9 o'clock. So one day you reach in 1 hour. One day, another day you may reach in 1 hour, 20 minutes. Another day in 1 hour, 10 minutes. It changes, right? What changes there, which is affecting your time taken to traverse from Pune station to Hinjewadi? Availability of the space for you to navigate. So the consumption of the resources by other activities is dynamically changing. But same, if I ask you to measure morning 4 o'clock. So for 10 times, if you start at 4 o'clock from the station, you almost may reach in 45 minutes in the bike.
Correct.
So when you perform the same activity, if you measure multiple times, it differs. That is the reason why we are taking the help of statistics, the value which occurs most of the times. And we are taking the help of standard deviation. And Shri Vinay's question is different. His question is whether the response changes. See, data measurement changes because the non-available resources. Here the activity changes. If I choose different agents, activity changes. See, anyhow, we'll start the discussion.
Can you share this PPT also in the chat?
1 minute. I'll do some things. I think pointers. I'll do that later. I'll just.
So every time whenever we perform the performance testing, every time results can vary, right? So for that, we need to do the standard deviation, right?
We will take the help of statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Standard deviation, one measurement. We
Okay,
have many distributions, probability distributions. We will take Gaussian distribution, Poisson, a lot of things we do.
correct.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go to this website. I just pasting this. This gives you the list of headers. And this you are seeing SECCHUA. This is user agent specific headers, newly added. So there is consortium which manages the HTTP protocol, World Wide Web Consortium. They will be adding new technologies, support to new technologies, new scripting languages, and new directions to the browsers, right? And directions to automation and headers, support to new devices, responsiveness, all this. Earlier JSON was not there. Now JSON is supported. XML was supported. Many new languages were supported, scripting languages. Okay. So I'll also open this. Just scroll down. Yesterday, I told you headers are to establish a handshaking between the client and the server. So client tells what I can understand, what I need, what type of encryptions I can understand, what type of encoding I can understand. And the server also will give a response headers. Recollect yesterday, we have somewhere understood the request headers, response headers, then request body, then response body. This is the protocol. Go through the headers, just read. He has given explanation also, just read. You understood what is the header? We know, I gave you some examples like accept language, accept encoding, content. There are many. User agent. Important is user agent. Who I am, what is the version, and what languages the agent. I mean, sometimes I am representing myself as a client to the server. So what I can understand, right? See, these are all the headers. See, there are HTTP request methods are there, response status codes. I think server side headers. See, if you want to have good idea as we are testers, right? We are you learning how to use the some tool like JMeter. So your developers will be knowing all these things. These full stack developers who develop our web-based applications, they have to be aware of all these headers. So they will code in their client or what headers they have to send, right? So so we have to get some idea. No need to spend time learning about these headers, but you have to ask them what headers. So they can give us a document. They can create a CSV document. We will see all the headers which they use for default headers for all the requests and specific headers for some requests. Okay, so developers have to give us. See, actually, I'll just show you. See, here I'll open this. See, these headers, they can give the headers like this. This header space, this header space, say accept what it accepts, text HTML, comma means HTML text HTML format, XHTML, XML, like this images, what they accept, what it accepts, images IVF, image WBP, image APNG, okay, like this. And this is the platform we are specifying, user agent platform, okay. CH abbreviation, someone find the CH abbreviation. What is CH? Just give me UA means I know like user agent. CH. Anybody found CH? What is this meaning of CH? UA is user agent.
Client.
Only client? Client headers or CH client headers, user agent? What is SEC? Because these are all new headers. A few years back, these headers were not there. Anybody found what is abbreviation of SEC, CH, CUA? Client hints. So we are giving the hint about our clients. That is user agent, client hint. CH is client. SEC still I don't know. Okay. If you just become curious in knowing such abbreviations and all, you will be directed to a lot of other information which will be useful to you, right? So this is client hints. We will be giving hint to the server so that he develops. What are the hints you can give? Choose randomly some. There is another link which is useful. I'll just give you this. This is good. This link is good. You see, what is the HTTP headers are there, right? Content encoding headers are there. If modified since header. Remember, this is if modified since header. Yesterday, somewhere when I am talking about cache, I explained you if modified since header. In the HTTP script recording settings also, it suppresses if modified since header. Reasons I'll explain you. So these are, see, we will use mobile. Let us see. See, mobile header is a type of client hint header that enables the server to understand the mobile related preferences of the user agent by specifying if the user agent is for a mobile or a desktop device. This allows the server to optimize the content that is sent to the client. So when it is doing optimization, means it is doing some other different activity. So different activity consumes different resources. So your performance affects. Okay. See, because recently I got a requirement of load runner. They wanted to simulate browsers. So in load runner, we are having a digital lab. Earlier it was called mobile center. There we will be having almost all types of mobiles of different versions, different makes with different what is it, CPUs. Okay. So they wanted to generate these headers mostly, because I didn't actually at that time, like 2 months, first time when they asked, I just raised the query for performance analysis, why you are interested at the client side, why you want to record on different devices, different browsers, because anyhow you use Firefox or Chrome or something, because my understanding was very general. So they also didn't know, but they asked me that to record on the same script, like we are recording on Firefox. I demonstrated you on Edge, Firefox and Chrome. Without this training, I used to simply go with the Chrome extension only earlier, because instead of confusing you with the all proxies, because anyhow I have to get what is going out of the browser, I used to simply record on Firefox or something. I used to say that, okay, it is same for all browsers. But after that training, I understood the importance of the different types of activities. So they have recorded on different mobiles, different browsers, because we cannot have physical devices. Because here also with JMeter also, we can record with the physical device by setting the proxy here, wireless proxy. But they wanted to record with the different mobiles. So at that time I understood, like at that time only I understood this type of mobile headers. So I have just added those links, and I want to give you some information. And our friend also raised the same question, right? So see, browser compatibilities. See, all these are important. Learning, again, I'm repeating, just understanding the functionalities of JMeter will not help us in doing the performance analysis. So I always insist that developers, the stakeholders also attend this training. Well, most of the times only testers will attend, and they will be given the tasks like saying that you have attended JMeter training, now you do the performance analysis. So they have to give us a lot of inputs. They have to give us the idea about what performance analysis we have to do. They have to identify the transactions. They have to identify the timers. They have to give us some inputs, how to control. We will not be knowing why we have to run a customer creation activity along with login and logout activities. We will not be having any idea. If someone tells us, we will do it. If someone asks us to perform some login activity with 100 users in one go, why we don't know? They will be knowing with 100 users logging in at the same time, because they know the internals of the system. They know the logic. Tirupati class lo malla call. Okay. So we have to get lot of inputs from the stakeholder, from the developer, from the other end users. So based on their inputs only, we can generate the load and we will collect the data, we also cannot do the analysis. Because the person who designed the scenario and who instructed us to collect the data in these scenarios or in this way of controlling, he only can analyze. As a tester, on his instructions, I just create the scenario, collect the data. When we can do the analysis, we should know the system. We should know the logic, the business logic, the technologies used in giving the response. So basically, when I just type blazedemo.com, what all happens, where the request goes, by taking that request, what all I do, how I handle the headers, how I handle the cookies, what functions I have to invoke, what APIs I have to collect, what images I have to generate based on the location. For US guys, I have to give different advertisements or different colors. For Japanese, different. For Indians, different. Lot of processing happens. Only the designers of that application, they know. They only can analyze. Say, for example, if somebody asks me to analyze the traffic situation in Pune, because I don't know about the Pune traffic system. So I might not be knowing the by lanes also, side lanes also. I will not be knowing alternate routes. If somebody asks me, like assuming me that I am an analyst, if they asks me to find some route from station of Pune to Hinjewadi, so that they can reach, anybody can reach between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock in 45 minutes. It is difficult for me. So I have to spend some time in understanding what is the Pune, the demographics of the Pune, the alternate roads, the traffic signals, the schools, colleges, companies in between. So I have to study, or I have to ask somebody who is expert in the Pune traffic domain. And to find the alternate routes also, I have to do more experiments. But if this job is given to a Punekar or the resident of the Pune who is having good knowledge of Pune traffic, he will analyze easily. He will know, like from this signal, from one third signal to fourth signal, there will be heavy traffic. So before third signal, there is a by lane. You take that by lane. That the road might not be good, but you will reach to sixth signal. But you will hypothesis and give that suggestion. I will practically try to use before third signal one left by lane and try to go there. That may not improve my performance because a lot of blockages might be there in that road, right? So I will cancel. I will say that route is not good. So I may ask you for some other suggestions. You're understanding. Basically, what I wanted to make it clear to you is to do the performance analysis, you should have good understanding of your system. System means technologies and the business logic, the components of your business logic, how they are deployed, and the resources of those systems, hardware resources, right? And what all other technologies or servers deployed on the system, on the machine. Normally on a single machine, we may have other technologies also. Our Tomcat server also will be there. Somebody's database server also will be there. So we need the profile of the system, so profile of that machine. What is the bandwidth, how it is connected, security, certificates, proxies. Okay, don't get confused. All we will get. But now I'm giving you these inputs because you should not end up thinking that, okay, with JMeter, we cannot do many things. We can do almost all data collection activities for performance analysis with JMeter, provided it supports that protocol. What does it mean? Provided it supports that protocol. HTTP protocol it is supporting. SAP it will not support. Some Salesforce it may not support because there might be a SAP client. So we have to record. How to record? Because they will give one web application. A lot of client activity may happen. A lot of dynamic data it may process inside the SAP client. So to capture, it might not be a simple HTTP request which goes out. Lot of things happens inside. We should be able to capture. Why we have to capture? We have to implement the client process. That is what we will learn. Okay. Now, spend some time. Accept language. Click on this. Just spend some time. What languages? See, examples are there. Accept language English. Accept language English US. Okay. Spend some time. Here and there, click on some contents like cook content type. So note this header. After the class, you can spend some time on this. Okay. I also don't know many. Keep alive, I will explain you. If modified. Okay. I know few. But developers will be knowing the importance of all these headers. But yesterday we have understood headers defines the activity. Same our friend asked, like if I specify the client or whether the performance differs. Yes, it differs. So headers defines the activity. Okay. So where is the user agent? User agent, see? Okay. Two primary directives, product and product version. The product directive refers to the name of the software making the request, while product version corresponds to the version of that specific software. Here you have to understand one thing. Browser only will not be the client. There can be a Java implementation. Many client HTTP client implementations are there. Hundreds of client implementations are there. We can configure it, right? So we are using now browser because we are learning. So imagine a SAP application is there. It is making a request. It will not use the browser. It will use some Java client or internally their own client will be embedded in their application. So what is this client means? To communicate with some server which understands the HTTP protocol. We also can write our own client. So many will write their own client. Here it says Mozilla has written one client, right? This is Chrome. This is Gecko versions are there. Firefox client is there. Java client is there. In the Java applications, when you develop the Java applications, if you want to communicate with the server, you don't open browser and communicate. So you use HTTP Java client is there. JMeter also supports that, right? And whole of JMeter is defined by JMeter properties. Just for now, just remember this. We will discuss this later. JMeter dot properties. One file is there. Don't open and search and open this. Don't. I'll explain you in the right context. So JMeter properties. This defines actually which client specification we have to use. This is called client specification. Okay. So we are using here by default in JMeter HTTP client 4 version. Okay. Okay. Now to recollect, create two groups. Okay. I'm just giving you an exercise because with all these inputs, create two groups. One group interacts with Google. Another group interacts with Blaze Demo. One group with 10, Google group is 5 users. Blaze Demo, 10 users. Just do this. I don't ask me like how to record, what to record, whether to use Chrome, whether to use Edge, or directly you want to type. Can I use only one sampler, or I have to record using something like all the resources? You raise your own questions now. I just asked you to create two groups. All these questions you have to get, because since 2 days we are discussing many things. Okay, now create a scenario, two groups, one Google group, one Blaze demo group. In Blaze demo group, 10 users, Google, 5 users. Do it. Whatever questions you ask yourself, then later I'll answer this. Okay. So create a scenario. Scenario is a very broad definition. You come up, because now hypothetically you define some objective, whether it is a load testing objective. I don't want to give any. You think, you ask questions, create a scenario with users performing Google activity and Blaze demo activity. Give some thinking to this. Blaze demo, 5 users, 10 users. See, intentionally I have not specified which activity. You think now. You know how to record the activity. You know how to delete the activities, right? And give some proper names, comments. Spend some time, 5-10 minutes you spend. Think about this. What is my question? Why I have gave this exercise? Okay. Create a scenario with users, 5 users, 10 users, Google activity, Blaze demo activity. Do it. I'm here only. You can ask me questions. Your queries. Now you are a tester. I gave you the scenario. You question me what I want, or you question yourself. Set some objectives. Do it first. You will get many questions now. General question general doubt you get is whether I have to add a HTTP request directly or use some browser or Chrome browser or HTTP script recorder. You decide. You have used Chrome extension. You also have used script recorder. Check the options there in the Chrome extension. Check the options in script recorder. You decide which is better, Chrome extension or script recorder. Check for the settings. Friends, you are following this question, right? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. The purpose of this exercise is you have to think about JMeter. Friends, I was away for 2 minutes. Any questions? Anybody ask you questions?
No.
Hmm. I will see your screen. Okay. You create. I will ask somebody to so that we can discuss. Once you finish, anybody, if they finishes, share their screen. So we'll discuss on that. I hope all of you are doing. Normally, this type of tools which requires more interaction because the learning will be directed by the questions only, interaction only, right? You will get many doubts if you do practicals. If it is a language training, Java, Python or something, so a protocol will be said, we will be learning data types and we will be learning functions, control statements. But here, this is a tool you can use the features in many ways. So you have to question yourself. Why this feature? Why what we need? But basically your objective should be clear. Learning tool is like, for example, a drilling machine is there. Many features will be there in the drilling machine. Without knowing carpentry or without knowing some other iron related works, design works, you cannot really utilize all the features effectively, right? Just by learning the features of drilling machine, it will not help you. If you know the carpentry, then you will appreciate the features of the drilling machine or some other tool. Okay. So first you should know. Yes, please. You're asking.
Actually, I have created two thread groups like Google group and demo group. And after that, I have created simple controller for Google and simple controller for Blazemeter. And when I have created the test script recorder for those, then I just change the target controller from the drop down. And for the grouping, I have selected the option for put each group in a new controller. So it have recorded the activities separately for each controller. So is it correct?
No, you only have to tell me, because what was your purpose? I gave you some scenario.
Yes.
Is there any objective you can derive from this scenario? What you want to do with this? Any objective?
We
Of course,
have to.
I gave you some exercise. You have that. That's right.
Hmm.
Can you derive like this type of creating of the script should have some purpose, right? Many purposes.
Yes.
Any purpose, any interest, what you want
Uh,
to do?
Actually, we have to check the performance for Google as well as for Blaze demo
Hmm.
for 5 and 10 users.
No. That is the scenario. You said like we have to test the performance. No. Why? Who are we? We cannot. There should be some reason. Just imagine, I'm just putting these questions and I'm not just questioning you. I'm just to evoke the thinking process. So this is one scenario. There is nothing in this, right? One scenario. I asked some Google activity. I asked one Blaze demo activity. First of all, Google and Blaze demo, they don't have any link at all, right?
Yes.
If anybody asks this, what might be their objective? What performance related component, which component might be common between these two activities? Because Blaze Demo is on some server, Google is on some server, but I wanted to create a scenario with Google and Blaze Demo. What might be the purpose? Because if I run from my environment, if I assign this to 500 users, this activity, of course we assign to 10 and 5. If I assign this to 500 users, what will be the common resource consumed by this activity? Common for both Google and Blaze Demo. Think. Anybody answer? What are the resources? CPU is a resource. Memory is a resource. Hard disk is a resource. This cannot be common between Google and Blaze Demo. What is another resource we learned? Network.
Browser and network.
Network. Browser is not in play. Browser is only a client. Network. Because when we send a request to, let us imagine, Google is not our server. No need to analyze the performance of Google. Blaze Demo might be our server, our application. So we have to go through the network, right? And in that network, many of our different users in that region might be sending requests to the Google server. So that traffic consumes the network resources, which affects our performance, right? My request will go with a delay to my Blaze Demo, and the response also will not reach me in time. So network delays affects the response. I didn't use consciously the word performance, right? Because performance is my server performance. If again question, network is outside of my server. So the degradation in the response time. Now the question comes, what is response time? We will discuss all these things. Okay, what is response time? How the Google, we all can imagine like how the Google affects, because it consumes the bandwidth, because we'll enter into a common bandwidth. Okay, just for imagine, so like for 1,000 users it may not. If I simulate with 10,000 users, then it affects. So that is one objective might be for this type of scenario. Okay, network is the issue. And is there any other thing which we can derive? And why you have chosen HTTP script recorder instead of Chrome extension? Can I ask you that question? Why you have chosen HTTP script recorder over Chrome extension? Chrome extension is easy. Already it is installed on your machine. Simply you can go and record and you can export.
Yes.
Somebody also analyze. You click on HTTP script recorder. See HTTP script because so many settings are there, right? Global settings are there, right? You can see here. You can see so many settings are there, and test plan creation settings are there. Request filtering settings are there. Just I am going to explain you this. You now compare these settings with the Chrome extension settings, because you might have randomly chosen this, but there should be some reason. This much flexibility is not there in Chrome extension. Check it.
Yes, and also for the groupings purpose, when I have selected do not group samplers, so I was not getting the separate result for two browsers. And when I have selected the separate results for the browsers, then I was getting the simple controller for both Google and the next thread.
Yeah,
Blaze
we will
Metal.
discuss about this groupings. Huh? It's
Yes.
a very good other discussion. Okay, you have that facility, and you can add assertions here. You have some regular expression matching here. You can specify a transaction name, right? Some counter prefix you can give. Multiple different activities can be given a different name. See, you can retrieve all embedded resources. Do you have this facility? Retrieve all the embedded resources. Redirect automatically, follow redirects. This facility is there in the Chrome extension. Check it. Click on advanced options. User agent, I can specify. Okay, that too. Many are there. I can choose. Okay. You now understood because we discussed about little bit of headers. So choosing browser agent, the user agent, not browser agent. Browser is one agent. There are many agents. Okay. So choosing that agent directs the server to generate the content specific to that agent. Okay. And here you can see filter patterns. Is this any way linked to any settings in the JME script recorder? Check it. Here you have filter pattern. This is regular expression. Are you familiar with regular expressions? Because we will be needing the regular expressions. Otherwise, I have to give some introduction on regular expressions. Have you have any idea on regular expressions? Like dot, star, question mark, square
Yes.
brackets.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Because we will be using regular expression extractor and groupings, brackets, or okay. This is a regular expression actually. Okay. So all he's saying filter pattern, all HTTP // star. Okay, HTTPS. This is the you have to check this how it is, and compare this to you because you have randomly chosen script recorder, but you had option of using Chrome also because Chrome automatically uses the certificate and all. No need to configure certificate. No need to configure the proxy. But recommended is HTTP script record. You have more control over the recordings. So here you have to understand there is more control over the representation of the activities. That is important. Why you want a representation of the activity? We have discussed many times. Okay. So that defines the consumption of the resources. Now, we have to start somewhere. Okay. We'll start with embedded resources. Here also we had embedded resources. See. Here. Here we have the control of record only top level requests and top level requests and the following. These are the resources with which the page is created. Now, answer my question. Do we need images for JMeter purpose? Do we need styling? Of
No.
course, we need cookies because we are not interacting with the response. In Selenium, with Selenium, while testing, we interact with the response. We have to wait for the page to get downloaded and we will be interacting with the DOM created with that page content. Okay. So of course, we may not directly interact with the pixels of the image, but still we interact with image name or something. Okay. But while recording, if there is an image, by clicking on that, if the page is navigating to some other page, so we have to wait for that image to get downloaded. Now here, page means what? Page means what? Graphically in the browser, you will see the page like this. On mobile, it will be like this, right? On tablet, it will be like this. In our application somewhere, right? A part of the application displays some web content, it will be different, right? And we may display something in smartwatch also, some data. See, in this also I got this line. I don't know. Anybody know? Might be because of moisture or something. So now, so different clients for different screens, for different processors. A Snapdragon process may be different. Some other process might be different. Okay. So, okay, that is the page. We'll discuss more about the page. Now, first HTML will come. Let us say 1.html is received, whether it is a browser, whether it is a HTTP client of mobile or tab or something, it has to parse this. So in the HTML, we will have the information say like this. So in this, we will display one 2.html. So this is the frame in the 1.html. What is this? Referrer. Means this 1.html refers to this 2.html. So here one image has to be displayed. Here one another 3.html has to be displayed. Okay. Here some text. Here some advertisement. Might be GIF or a video he may play. And here we require another 4.html. Now, 1.html is the response. We might have requested something like something students.com, studentsorganization.com or something, some website. So my response is 1.html. After parsing, we understood the page is divided into these sections using frames or divisions, div. They can use div or tables or frames. And in these sections, they can load different resources. Resource can be an image, it can be a JavaScript, some normal text, another HTML, video file, like this. So these are the resources which we embed in the page. These are called embedded resources. So 1.html needs some resources, embedded resources. They can be of different types. So the information about these embedded resources is there in 1.html. Now the question comes, do you want to download all? It depends on our objective. If I want to consume the resources of the server, because these embedded resources need not be on the same server. They will be on different servers also. Images can be on different server, and some video files, audio files can be on different servers. So every embedded resource will have one URL. Right? So some location will be there, some parameters. So basically, this is another HTTP request. Of course, sometimes file request, HTTP request or file request. We may request a JS file, we may request a CSS file, we may request another HTML file, something like this. Right? Some Java applet. These are the resources. Now, if you want to measure the time taken for downloading one image, then that request has to be represented in your script. So it depends on your objective. If you want to measure only the time taken for one.html, you will start the clock here and the clock here. Of course, this downloads. So this time includes the time taken for all these downloads. Of course, you can have timeouts. We will discuss this timeouts. But if I want to measure individual resource timings, that is my interest. I would like to first, for example, this page is taking say 7 seconds, but the requirement is this has to be reduced to 3 seconds. So I have to find where this 4 seconds extra time is being spent. So there are many resources which the page is downloading. So I will measure the time taken for the video. I will take the time taken for images. So individually, I will create a separate transactions. Transactions are nothing. Transaction controller is nothing but a controller which measures the time of the activity added in that controller. Okay, we'll see that. Our question here is whether to record resources or not. Record means whether to represent or not. When we have to represent, if you want to measure. And there is filtering also. While after sending a request, what type of resources only we want to download. Okay. So those are all the settings. Okay. Now let us go back here. If I choose this, retrieve all embedded resources, means who is making the request? Our browser is making the request. So after parsing our page, it comes to know that all these resources are required. After parsing, so it will automatically make browser, if there is a Chrome or Firefox or something, they automatically make the request to all these resources. They will be downloaded. If they are available, they will be downloaded. If network speed is good, they will be downloaded if they are not timed out. Because end user, a real user, here the end user is the real user who interacts, who will use the browser. JMeter will not use the browser. Virtual user will not use the browser. A real user will use the browser. And he has to see the images, he has to see the videos, he has to listen to the audio, he has to listen to the text, as I read the text, take the decisions, render, he will use the rendered data, right? So we have to simulate. If you have to simulate the real user behavior, we have to record the embedded resources. I have two objectives: to measure each individual resource, we have to represent the embedded resources, or to simulate the real user behavior, I want to record the embedded resources. Now, record embedded resources. I want to retrieve all the embedded resources. Now create another script. Save the script which you have recorded. Now create another script to retrieve all embedded resources. Then I will explain you what is meant by redirect automatically, what is meant by follow redirects. Now, one more small question you have to put yourself. If I use cache, what happens? If I don't use cache, what happens? Okay, we'll discuss that. Okay, we can include. Okay, first you do this exercise. I want all the embedded resources. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes time. I'll take some break and come 10 minutes. Okay, so you also can take the break, then continue. Okay, friends, let's take break.
Yep.
Friends, I'm back. Somebody share their screen who have recorded so that we can discuss on that. Who has completed this? So you have to understand what does it mean by embedded resources. Okay. So here, anyhow, my Firefox is configured. No need to configure it again. So here 888 is there. So here in the simple controller, nothing is there. So there is a thread group. Friends, anybody like, have you finished this recording with embedded resources?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
I have.
share your screen. We'll see. So that others also will understand.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Yep. Okay.
Can't we make it big? Read out some resources you have recorded in this. Which one you have recorded? Google or both, right?
No, yeah. This is for not for Google. I have done it
Blaze.
with no HTTP test script recorder.
And which website?
Blaze demo.
Okay. So you have retrieved all the embedded resources.
Yes.
What resources you are seeing there? Any resources? You click on that, you will understand. Click on any request. Click on that pillar. Yeah, not that is header. Yes, you click. See what you are. What is the resource? You are going to some page. It is going to www.something.com, but you have not requested. Browser has requested. Okay. Click on some other things. Just explore. Everybody explore. Click on the requests and see what it has recorded. See, this is a get method. There are parameters also in this. You see, here there are parameters. Some parameters you don't know. Some so okay. What is the method? Okay. What is the resource? This is a CSS resource. See, this is a CSS. Okay. And like this, you see, are there any JavaScript resources? Now, these names are very cryptic for your HTTP request. If any request you are interested in to monitor, give some names, descriptive names. Now, some name by default was given. So you choose to choose and give some names. Everybody give some names. Some things which are not related to Blaze demo, you can delete. So just analyze the script, what you have recorded. Same activities you record without embedded resources and see. Both, you do both. And click on each request. Headers we will see later because we discussed a lot on headers. We will see on headers. Now we are seeing on resources which you have downloaded. Who has downloaded? While recording, our browser had made the requests. We also could have created the script, but we should know what are all the requests we have to make. And we should know what are all the resources addresses. See, this is JavaScript. This is GIF. See, this is GIF, JavaScript. Just go through this. Name the script with embedded resources and create another script without embedded resources. Do it. Let it be on the screen only.
So this one is without embedded resources.
No, you have chosen while recording embedded resources, right? All are embedded resources only.
No, that one which I have chosen the embedded resources option, that is this script.
All
And
these
this
you are having here also. So many things are there. All are embedded resource. All are embedded resources. See, you will choose this once while recording. You will, after finishing the recording, you are stopping the script recorder. Are you modifying in between? See, you
No.
will start. No, no. So if you choose embedded resources for all your activities, whichever resources a page requires and whichever resources your browser requested on its own. What is your request? 2 or 3 requests only. You might have typed Blaze demo. You might have clicked on flights button. You might have clicked on purchase order. That's all. Only 3 or 4. You record that now. Retrieve. You uncheck this. Uncheck
I
this.
am just saying before you said na we have to create with embedded resource option. Before that, I have recorded this. So it was
Okay, you
without
have
that
done the
option.
same thing in this one.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then. You should have created differently. Okay, at least you should give some name. This is with embedded resources without them. So,
Okay.
but here I am seeing some JS file. That is why I'm wondering. See, you have not
Yeah.
requested this, right? But
Yes.
how
Yes. But
this got recorded?
because this was for like our product site, that's why.
No, no. See, record only your requests, or simply I'll record and show you. I am now. I don't want to capture the headers, right? And keep alive, I will explain you. I am not using follow redirects also. I will explain you what is follow redirects. Okay. And
I think you're not sharing your screen.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Now, okay. Now I choose Firefox. For that, first I have to start my proxy server. It is started. Now on this local host, on that port, the proxy server is getting started. This all we have done for 1 week. No need to do this. Okay. Now Firefox, I perform blazedemo.com. See what is added. Okay. Why this? I don't know. Stop. Is the certificate valid or not? Okay.
Can you please change your that port number once?
I changed it, I think. I have not modified that.
Because when we received this message yesterday, we have updated the port number and tried. Then in that case, it will work.
Port number is 8888 only. Okay, you mean like change this, no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And certificates, I think no need to do that. Okay.
Yes.
Now here also,
we need to change port
what
number.
I have given there, 4444. I forgot.
Yes, yes.
4444.
Yeah. Now we can start.
So I'll use simple controller, this thing. Now I open my this thing. Set and did not continue blazedemo.com. You visit this site attackers group. I use agency. Potential risk listing. Normally I'm going right. That is what is happening. I just go to browser. It's working here. Okay. We'll close this. I will use Edge. But Edge is configured to reason to 8888. Stop. Start. Okay. Now simple controller. Okay. Now Edge. Something is recorded. I'm still in the record mode only. Okay, I will let us see that later. Okay, so I click on Portland. I select Berlin, find flights, choose flight. It's not recording, right? Not adding. Why? Stop this. Actually, I don't want all these things. Delete. S. Okay. Again. Start. I will check once the port here. Settings. Actually, this is a computer port. Proxy. Stop this. Now I have enabled this. Okay. Close. Close. It's also close. So I start. Certificate is okay. Recording in simple controller. Edge. Type www.blazedemo.com. Not captured. If you see, if it captures, you will get one plus icon here. It is not capturing. Stop. Why I have not started this? Okay, I'm starting this. I started actually. Why? What happened? I started. So 888 same. I start this. Okay. Server is started. Browser is configured. And I have chosen to record in simple controller. It's not recording. You can see here, it's not recording. Stop the recording. Think what might be the reason.
Maybe you can change the port number for IH as well.
Because I cannot do trial and errors because 8888 is the working port. What is the other reason? Of course, I'll change later. But
It happened with
no,
me
because
as
we don't know
well
the
a
reason,
while ago.
right? Because on your machine, some 8888 you might be using for some purpose. Or why this 8888 is a general port. Of course, some other reason might be there. Why it is not going to this? Because when I record with this browser, so we should not do something trial and error. See here, and I'm going to settings, okay, and I'm checking my proxy. One thing, okay. I'll go here. So see off. Why it is off? We don't know. See, that is the problem. I'm clicking on this again. Last time also I did this. I might not have clicked on save. Okay. No. Let us do this recording again. Okay. So start. Okay. This is into the simple controller. Move this. Now it has captured. It has captured, but it says on my machine, problem is McAfee might be blocking.
In this case, you have to just click on advanced.
Okay, Keaton will add, we'll see.
And continue, yes.
But why this is coming, that's right. So basically you have understood. It is not something like 888 is not working, so I will try with 4444. So that type of decisions we should not take. We should have the clear idea of why it is not working. And again, I have to analyze now why it is saying on my both Edge and Firefox that is not a safe site. That might be because I'm having McAfee running. It might have blocked. Let us see, because yesterday we ran multiple times. Let us see that. Now I choose Boston. I'll choose New York flights. It's getting added. See again for another advanced. Continue. Choose the flight. It should not come. So this type of problems you also will face when you are recording something inside your proxy or something. You have to deal with these things. Okay.
I'm getting this message as well, but for the first time itself. Later, it works properly.
For these to avoid these issues only, many are using that Chrome extension. Okay. Now finish. Stop the record. See what I have recorded now. Close this. So what is the configuration? No, we are not retrieving any embedded resources, and we are automatically redirecting. The setting is we are redirecting. Okay, what is happening when we reach to a location, to a server, from there, if it is redirecting, might be error, because we might be getting proxy error for this also. When you recorded, are you using redirect?
Yes. Hello?
Hello. Vikas here. I'm coordinating this training. There was some issue at Mustancenet. It will connect within minute.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What was the issue? We lost the connection, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You all lost the connection, or only you lost connection with me?
We all lost with you.
Okay. Okay. It is because I doubted. Is it Teams checking the proxy of Edge browser? Because that is at the computer level, right? Settings.
Correct.
Because yesterday and all we didn't face these problems. So what I doubted is Microsoft, this Teams, it is using the proxy, might be checking. I doubted actually. Okay, then no problem. Now retrieve all embedded resources. I am recording a new script. So again, see, you have my number. You take my number. I'm writing this in the, because if any disconnection happens, you can call me directly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking 703254391. Okay. So if anything disconnection happens, you call me. So I am again changing the proxy. settings.
Please share your screen.
I have a question related to this proxy thing. So is it like every time whenever we want to run our performance testing on Edge or Firefox, you would have to set it as a manual proxy thing? Can't it detect as like
For
automatically?
recording purpose, to use JMeter proxy, we have to set it. See, what we are doing is understand the theory behind this. Normally, if this is our browser, so when we send a request by interacting with the application, so this browser will have one proxy setting, right? So you in behind your firewall, there will be a proxy setting. So you will be directed to this proxy or no proxy. Directly, if there is no proxy, directly we will be connected to the web. I will go to the server. Now, if I ask the browser to go to a proxy, now in your corporate network, you will be going through your corporate proxy or firewall. That is automatic. Now, what we were doing is we were using host and we are specifying a port.
I think we lost you in between.
Now also, yeah, hello.
Now it is good.
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Yeah. See, what I'm explaining you is this browser automatic, no, one thing is no proxy will be there, or some automatic script they will run and they will set the proxy. So they will be having a proxy. What we did is we have chosen manual proxy and we have given one local host and a port. Now we ran a JMeter program which is acting like a proxy server. So this is a program we are starting. You know, now we will start. We will start. When we start, where it will start, whatever port we choose, it will start. Now, on our local host, a program is running. And we have configured our browser to send your request to the local host, some program which is listening onto the port. So whatever we send now, it will go here. Right? It will go to proxy. Because we have specified, send your request. Then this will communicate with the web server using the certificates. We have generated one certificate and we have authorized that certificate. So whenever there are redirects are happening, that certificate should get attached. If the certificate is not attached, we will get those proxy errors, what we are seeing now when I am recording. But it should get attached. Let us see that. Now, why it is happening? A lot of settings and all he has given. You have to go into the properties. You have to make that is an issue. Okay, that is the reason why we are going for Chrome extension. Okay, now and we get the response to the proxy and it is giving to us. So what the JMeter is doing, because we are going through this, whatever requests we are making and whatever responses or embedded resources responses we are getting, it is capturing for us and it is adding into our script. So it is adding into test plan. It is doing this. This is what is happening. So our friend's question is whether we have to do this. Yes, if you want to use HTTP proxy recorder, you have to do this. To overcome these issues only, we are having a Chrome extension. Right. So using Chrome extension, you will not encounter all these problems. But in the Chrome extension, you are not having all these facilities like we are having in HTTP script recorder. Okay. Of course, we are having some settings here. We are having more. That is the reason why I'm demonstrating this. Otherwise, we'll go with the Chrome extension only. Normally in the trainings, it is easy. We will not face any such problems. No need to explain the proxies and all. Simply add the Chrome extension. We will simply record, export, and we will easily, without any hurdles, we will learn JMeter. But it is must, you should know all these issues. We'll see this. Now, I will again record. So same 8888 I have used. Say, you should not think that you will not face problems. You will face n number of problems because this is an open source and these are technology dependent, right? And Java version dependent. So many dependencies are there. So if something is not working, you should know clearly why it is not working. We should not somehow do trial and errors and pass on that error, right? So I'm going to this. This is now proxy setup. Play AA and okay. Close this. And once I check the certificate also, let us see. Expiration date is also there. It is 4th August. So that's what I wanted to check. And double clicking on this, intended following all issuance policies. Okay. Okay, nothing to there. We have trusted this. Valid from 28th to 4th. No issues with this. Anything advanced? Let us use this client authentication. Also, I enabled. Okay. It was not there, client authentication. I just added that. Secure email, I don't want to. Okay, except secure email, we have trusted for all the activities using this certificate. Okay. All these matters, right? So we are using DER encoded binary. I don't know about these encodings. Okay. Click OK. Close. Because a lot of developments will happen day by day. And these tools, which are not vendor-based free tools, they will take some time to update. And I am using 5.6.2. I'll just tell you. Yesterday, I used 5.6.5.5. Today, I am using, so I might be facing these issues. See, I am using now, which is the version 5.6.3. Because I wanted to demonstrate some concurrent embeddings. So I loaded 5.6.3. So I am facing these issues. Yesterday I didn't face it. You also faced these issues because you used 5.6.3. Now, safe side, I will go back to 5.5 version. All these issues you have to learn, right? Don't do trial and errors. Okay. Now I close this because I have seen some problems with the proxy with 5.6.3, which you faced yesterday. It's because night, I forgot actually, I started 5.6.3. So I'm going back to 5.6.5 my 5.5 version. I'm closing this. Yes. Okay, now night only I installed this. I downloaded because I had 5.5. I downloaded 5.6.3. So we are facing problems. Yesterday I didn't face problems, you faced problems. Okay. So this is because of some issues with say 5.6.3. You have to analyze that. Now I will start 5.5 version. JMeter batch file. Many JMeter property files are there. JMeter batch file. That is why I created a shortcut for this on the desktop. Okay. Instead of double click. Note these issues. We have now found some issue with 5.6.3 with the recordings of HTTP proxy server. Friends, you are following. I am connected, right?
Yes.
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 Like this, you will come across many issues, right? You have to explore. You cannot expect these issues addressed in the classroom by a trainer or somebody. You have to depend on communities. You have to, because there is no backup for this. Most of the times you can go to Browser Stack. If you register and pay them, Browser Stack guys, they will be updated with all these type of issues. Sometimes they will give us some third party tools, their own plugins and tools, which helps us. Okay, now we are learning. We have to learn all these issues, right? Now I will create add. So now I am using 5.5 version. Note all this. These are the issues. This is 5.5 version. Okay. Because I forgot, I was also surprised why what is happening. I'm doubting many things. Okay, lot of certificate issues are there. We have to configure different types of encodings. Really, a lot of things are there with this. To avoid such problems, BlazeMeter has released that Chrome extension. That is not JMeter's extension. You have to note this. What we have added for Chrome yesterday is browser stack, that company's extension. JMeter has not provided. JMeter will always ask you to use his script recorder only. Okay. Add the thread group. Add simple controller. Add non-test element, script recorder. Now 888. There also it is 888. And this time I will not capture headers. I will retrieve all embedded resources. Default is follow redirects. Okay. Now I start 1 minute. I will this time use Firefox. Let us see. With Firefox, I should not face errors now. I'll change this to 888. Okay. Now start the recording. Sorry. I will use the simple controller. Start. Taking time. Okay, it might have generated some certificate. So move this. I use this time Firefox. One thing you have to understand, it will not start recording only when I type blazedemo.com. It starts recording the browser. Whatever happens in the browser, it records. taking time. Let us see what is happening. It is recording. Okay. Try again. It's taking time. One minute. I stop this. Stop the recording. I close this browser. Okay. This is 888. What is the any mistake we have done again? You observe. Keep an eye. Browser. Not now. Settings. Settings. Proxy. Proxy settings. Manual settings. Okay. I don't want to change to 444. It has to work. Or sometimes what happens, initially I have started this server. It might be still running without clearing that server in that port 8888 might be the reason. Because when I close this, that process should get closed. That depends on the our JMeter, whether it has closed that process or not. Normally it has to close. I will try once again with the 8888. Click OK. Certificates are also there. I'll try once again the certificate. View certificates for this. And for safe side, I delete. Okay. And I add once again the certificate. Authorities, import. This is, what is today? 31. Okay. It has generated today. Open. Trust. Okay. Okay. That's all. Now I'll start. Before that, I delete this. Delete. Okay. Start. Retrieve all embedded resources. Start. Okay. And Firefox. No. If you ask me what I have done, I don't have the answer. I have to think. Might be. I say that certificate I freshly added. That's all. Stop. Now see. I have recorded all the embedded resources. And these names, better you have to edit if you require that, right? Okay. Now try on your machines. These three, this with embedded, without embedded. You record. I will give you more inputs on this. And if something, you should be able to understand. If this is not your data, you can delete this. See. One by one I'm going. I'm checking the domain. If the Firefox domains and all I don't want, okay, I am deleting Firefox, Firefox, Firefox. I'm holding the shift and going down. This is all Mozilla, Mozilla. I don't want google.com. I have not typed google.com, I think. Might be. Mozilla, Mozilla. Yes. Up to here, I delete. Yes. So I typed Blaze demo. I typed Blaze demo. This also I don't want delete. For this. But what we have chosen here, retrieve all embedded resources. But my script is not as I expected. I wanted to see all the embedded resources. I have not seen. Record on your machines and see. All these are issues which you have to understand. I can skip this easily and I can show you more other easy things. These are the main things which you encounter in the projects. So all these things like proxy issues, certificate issues, recording issues, all this, because this is a free tool. Okay, but it works freely, it works, and you can take the help of browser stack. Anyhow, we will be learning how to use the plugins of the browser stack. There are many plugins are there, hundreds of plugins are there. We'll see. For that we have to install one plugin manager. We'll see that later. Now record on your machines. I will try to record again. Say I have to retrieve all the embedded resources. I have done the follow redirects. So it is represented. Why it is there? The reason might be I have not cleared the cache. That is one reason. Okay. So what I do now, normally it is recommended by the JMeter to start recording using private browsing. Friends, you are following me? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't be with the impression that my machine is not working. I am trying to make it work for you. No. All this is learning. Now, I expected, because why have I configured here? I wanted all the embedded resources. I am not having here. See, what I expected is not there. Why? I am doubting because those things were there in the cache. My Firefox might not have retrieved them. So there is no embedding resources. But yesterday what we did, I'm having one script, I'll show you. If you are not following, please stop me. Don't think that something we are missing. This is what we have to learn. Rest all will follow easily. See, yesterday I recorded, you have seen, with the Chrome extension by clearing the cache. All right. See, here without cache. See, sorry, I open this. This is without cache. Okay. No, I don't want to save it. See how much I have recorded. Now I will repeat the same. You are following, right? All my activities. I wanted to have embedded resources, but I configured. And what are the problems I faced? First, I was getting that private browsing error. So I was using 5.6.3. Some issues were there. Then I shifted to 5.5. Then again I tried to record. It didn't happen. So what I did in Firefox, I added freshly the certificate. Actually, no need to do actually, because it is the certificate should be valid till 31st. Sorry, till 4th of next month of August. But I added, it worked, but it has not added all the embedded resource. It has not represented in my script all the embedded resources. So what I do now, I record in the private browsing mode where cache and all will be cleared always. Okay, or manually I have to go and clear the cache. So JMeter in his document, he recommends always start recording in the private browsing mode. So I am repeating again, add threads, thread group, add simple controller. See, every time adding this is boring, right? We can create templates also. But we are learning now. So I am repeating. Now, here I want to retrieve all the resources. I will start same Firefox, but this time I will go to private window. Okay, so I'll start the server. Everything should be fine. Open, right? Private window. Some JS, CS, all these are recorded. And what was my setting? Retrieve all embedded resources. Okay. To try all these things, record in the private mode, and still I want to try like yesterday. What is that script? I'll just save this. Please, Firefox. Private browsing. All embedded resources. Save. Let me check without there in the Chrome. Difference is the Chrome and Firefox. Of course, these are all might be not related to us. I'll delete. This is a BlazeMeter only. BlazeMeter. All these are BlazeMeter only. It has recorded all BlazeMeter. And what are all these things which it has recorded? What is this actually? Some paths it has recorded. But in Firefox, it has not recorded all this data. Okay. Okay. we have to analyze this. What is our application? What is data pipe prod perfect? But we have not recorded in the Firefox. Okay, friends, you do this. Let us not go in like what you have to understand here is you should know your client application. You should know the technologies. Client application is this browser. What Chrome is doing, what Firefox is doing, what type of representations you have to do. Okay, those are all different technologies out of the scope of JMeter. JMeter only records whatever happens. So browser, if you use Chrome browser, it is making so many requests, different requests. Firefox, it is different, making different requests. So you are having user agent to simulate the browser behavior. Okay, I'll give some 5-10 minutes time. You try all this and make comfortable yourself with the recordings and what it is recording. You choose between different settings here. Okay, and also Chrome extension. We will use Chrome extension finally. First, finalize this script recorder. Okay, do this.
I just have a question here. Like we have browsed only for Blaze demo, right? So why we are seeing the Blaze meter also?
I have not sent. It has, when I recorded, it has happened. That's why I closed it.
Yeah, but
Yesterday,
how we
I
will
didn't
get
went
to know
to
that we
Blaze
should
meter.
delete it or not?
Might be I might have clicked on Blaze meter or something like that, right? But I don't remember. I have clicked on Blaze meter. Got it?
Okay, yeah,
I
but
don't
how we will know
remember.
that which one we need to keep and which one we need to delete?
You have to decide which one you want to keep, because I want to keep Blaze demo. Where is Blaze demo? Here it is, Blaze demo. Rest all is Blaze meter. If you decided that I don't want this, I remove this. But here in between, you can see there is a Blaze demo. But Blaze meter, so many things were happening there. You understood what I'm saying? That's why I didn't delete it. I performed yesterday with Blaze demo only. I remember I didn't click on any Blaze meter related things, but it was redirected. Yesterday it got redirected. My browser has made requests to these URLs. So JMeter has captured there. JMeter or whatever tool we have used, it has captured. Whether to keep that in your script or not is your decision. I didn't delete it.
Are we going to use these files in future? Like, are we going to use this?
Which one? These files, huh?
Yes.
No, still we are learning. We will use some other websites also. We can use your school websites. We are just learning that to capture the activity. I am just demonstrating some activity will be captured. What is that activity? That depends again on the browser. Cache, your settings with cache, without cache, or you want to record embedded resources or not. You want to record the redirected URLs are also or not. Or you want to follow the redirects, means you are redirected to first one URL. From there again you are redirected. From there again you are redirected. So we are having the settings here. So here, what settings you have in the 1 minute. Here, redirect automatically, follow redirects. There are other settings here. Redirect automatically means it records only the first URL. Follow redirects means you are you typed Blaze demo. From there you are redirected to HTTPS Blaze demo. From there again, if you are redirected, from there again you are redirected. If you choose this, all those redirects will be recorded. Here, only the first redirect, the rest all redirections and all will not be represented. That's what happens with these two settings. Okay. First, you have to understand what are redirects. When you send a request to a URL, if that URL is not present there, if it is coded in that server that you have to be redirected to some other URL, you will be redirected. Here, this setting says whether you want to have the representations of those redirections in your script or automatically you want to get redirected. So if you choose the first option, automatically if 10 redirections are there, you will not care for that, you will not represent in your script. But if you choose this, if 2 or 3 redirections are happening, we go through the redirections. If 3 times we are redirected, or 3 URLs will be added into your script. That is the meaning of it. And your question is whether you are using these scripts. We may use, we may not use. We are just simply learning the recording part and the settings part. Because here, one more thing. Creating the scripts in JMeter is easier. And every time the requirement for the load and the activity changes. Most of the times, we will not manage these scripts like we manage the Selenium scripts. Because in Selenium, functionalities will not change. For regression purpose, we will use. But here also for monitoring purpose, we can use the scripts. But here, the script generation is easier. You are seeing just record, mark some transactions, add some timers. You can generate the load. Only those scripts where you collect the data. Okay, I'm diverting. I'll explain you this later. The scripts, you can divide it into actually data collection and load generation scripts. We will discuss about that later. So first, friends, so you record 2 or 3 scripts with these settings, with cache, with private browser, with Chrome extension. Do this before proceeding further. Okay, so what you have to do? Scripts with the script recorder, use private browser and retrieve all embedded resources, redirect automatically, follow redirects, and you are not restricted to use blazedemo.com only. You can use your school, that educational software. If you have access, record and see on that. So if you show me, I will also understand like how the redirections are happening. Okay, do this for 10 minutes. Note all these points. What are the issues we faced? The proxy issues, certificate issues, cache issues, and when we record embedded resources with what happened, redirecting what is happening, you observe and note. I have explained you all these things, but you do practicals. I'm giving you 10-15 minutes time. Record all this. I will write here what are the steps you have to perform. First, proxy recording. Because now you understood the concept, record with embedded resources. Without embedded resources. You first expect, right? Your testers, you test all these things like C, redirect automatically. Follow redirects. If you have not understood redirect, automatically follow redirects, you can ask me. Okay. And same you try to do with Chrome extension. Okay. This is the exercise. Just I'll give 5-10 minutes. You just try. I'll go to the next topic, but you do this after the training, right? So what you have to do, you choose some websites. Don't always rely on Blaze demo or some other. You record on your website and see what it is recording. Right? You record with resources, without resources. Just do some research, what it records and what you expect, what you want in the recording. Whether really you are creating a script like this. Okay. I'll give some 10 minutes time. You try. Okay. Are doing, friends?
Yes.
Yep.
First expect, I want like this. Don't think that, okay, it is not working like that, right? You wanted something in the script. Why you want something in the script, we have discussed many times. I want to represent the activity. Why you want the represent activity? I want to measure. I want to consume the resources. I have my own reasons, which we'll understand later. Data collection reasons might be there. Load generation reasons might be there. Some specific resource I would like to target and I would like to load. Many reasons might be there. So I want that in my script. I want that resource in my script. I want embedded resources in my script. Later I will delete or I will add. I may run your particular script 10 times. Imagine, can you click on a link 10 times in Selenium? It will not happen. Why? When you click on a link, page changes. But in JMeter, with JMeter we can do. Link, same one link is there. I can make request 10 times. You'll understand this after some time. Okay. Any questions you can ask me? Everybody do this. Recording is very important. Creating the script is important. Your script represents whole of your testing, your data collection, load generation, your analysis. So you have to understand the settings of recording. See, we planned many things today, but we could not. We call embedded resources, HTTP. Okay, we are filtering an embedded resources. Headers we have to see. See, of course, I know this will not be. I just used the introduction only. Okay, rest you do as an exercise homework. I will tell you some more things. I think you understand. Note this, okay? Okay. Now, let us discuss about, let us see PPT. Anything more? Okay. Now, yesterday and day before yesterday, we have understood the importance of headers. Okay. So this is recorded with Chrome extension and without cache. So here I have recorded many, but by default, you can observe it adds some config elements. These are all called configuration elements. Right click, add, you have here config elements. See, there is a first one, CSV, comma, separated value data set config. We discuss that tomorrow somewhere. Header manager. Headers generally will be managed by the browser. Now we know, we have understood with JMeter we are avoiding the client process itself, means the browser itself we are avoiding. So normally browser sends the headers. Now we have to manage because there is no browser. Cookies will be managed by the browser, but now there is no browser. So we have to manage the cookies. Cache will be managed by the browser. There is no browser, we have to manage. And HTTP request defaults. Many requests we are sending. See, many requests are there. Many requests are there. And for all these requests, we are having headers. See, these are the headers. Click on this extend headers. Right. So we have to manage this headers. Okay, where we are. So now go back, right click, add config element. So here we are saying HTTP request defaults. Means for other technologies this will not work. Means only for HTTP requests, because for HTTP protocol is designed to send request headers. It receives response headers. It sends request body. It receives response body. Now, for all the requests, you want to have the same headers, or you want to commonly manage some headers, some information, so that instead of adding to all, you would like to manage at one location. See now, for example, here there is HTTP request. See, this request, these config elements were not added by your proxy recorder. You can observe that. This was added by Chrome extension. Of course, manually you can add it. Okay. So by right clicking, you can add config elements. Okay. Now, request it. What are there in this? I don't have any. If I want to add, what I can add is Blaze demo. I can add the IP address here. Now, in the subsequent request, I can remove this if I added there, but actually I have parameterized here. So go to blazedemo.com. Do one thing. We create a script. But here anyhow you have seen this dollar curly brace. Just have an introduction here. This is a parameter. Where it is defined. First know the syntax. What is the syntax? It is dollar. Because I wanted to introduce that to you all today. Variables, just remember, variables can be referred using dollar, curly brace, variable name. You can use it any field of JMeter and in any element of JMeter. Both are same actually. I just any field of JMeter or in any element of JMeter. I'm just repeating again. In any scripting. In the whole of JMeter context, your test plan, if some variable, something my cust name is defined anywhere, you can simply refer to it using dollar my cust name like this. There is another method also. We will come back to that later. So here in our script, there is one user defined variables. Name itself suggests you can define some variables. Yeah. Because instead of using every time the URLs, we have saved this in base URL 1, base URL 2, base URL 3. Another use of this parameterization is we would like to test or we would like to collect our data of performance on our production server, on our test server, development server. So IP addresses or these names, URLs might be different. So instead of changing the whole script, hundreds of requests, we can modify from here. Now, this base URL 1, base URL 2, base URL 3, demo, blazedemo.com. See, I will click on this. See what he has done? He has added here. Dollar, that's all. Just remember this. And going to HTTP request defaults. Okay. Now, you can see here some basic and advanced. And name suggests HTTP request defaults. Means whenever we make a request, all requests are individual. Friends, following? Because I'm feeling that I'm just in between. I have just shown you the parameterization because I just wanted to give you some input so that you will be prepared. Okay, here also I can add parameters. That's the reason why I just drifted to the topic dollar curly braces and came back. So you also just come back here. We are requesting about HTTP request defaults. So every request can have its own headers, or it can have headers here. So whenever this request is sent, all these headers will be sent. Who will send these headers? Our JMeter will send. Normally, browser will send. Now, so now you can override this with these settings if you want. Here you see accept anything. What is there here? We don't have any accept. So what happens to this headers? This additional will be added. What is this second one? See here, accept. Just see this accept is added, and some more things are also added. But in the header manager, I think Bitness, Wow64 and all are not there. Okay. Now I just change this name to identify easily. My request, so that I can identify easily in the view. All right. Now, just note here in the header manager, I'm having these things. 1, 2, 3, 4 headers. Okay. And here another header manager local to the request is added. So basically what the header manager will do, it will do the job of browser. Browser used to attach the headers and send in the request headers. Here that job manager will do. You can have defaults at the test level, or you can also have some header management at the request level. So what this will do, it will append to these headers, to the headers which you have. Okay, now I just run this. Okay, before that, what I do, I disable all this. I don't want. How to disable? Right click, disable. So this will not be executed, right? I will execute only this. How many threads are there? One thread. And is there any view tree? Nothing is there, view tree. So let us add one view tree at the thread group level. Thread group level listener, this one. So I have added. I'm repeating again. In this 4 headers are there. Here many headers are there. In this only this one is there. And in this only accept is there. And accept is not there in this defaults. I'm running this. Remember, I'm running. This is my request of interest, right? What is this test? From where it came? Okay. Because this is the controller. Okay. Transaction. This is a transaction controller. Unless until we click on no, we will not know here what is this. Okay. I will explain you transaction controllers. Now go to our results tree. So click on this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let us click on this. What is the request? Okay. Request headers. Accept was not there, no? In the default headers, it got added. I am showing you again. What is this? First one. Header manager. Accept is here. But in the default, accept is not there. So what has happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, and this 5th one is added. 5th one is added. See the request headers. Accept is added. This one, this one, this one, user agent. These are the request headers. Okay. Response data also you can see. Response headers. See, we'll discuss about this response headers later because the server has sent. These are the request headers. What is for my request? These are the connection keep alive, and these are the headers. Okay. For this, these are the headers. These are the headers. Okay. Now I want to remove this Google Chrome header. Okay. CHUA. Okay. For this 4th one. For this 4th one. Okay. So expand this. I will add this 4th one. Headers. I will add, sorry, only one. Add SEC. What is that? CHUA. CHUA. I will check once or I'll copy, right? Copy. SECCHUA. Okay. I will make this empty. Empty. Now I replay this. Okay. Clear. And replay. Run this. So if it is given empty, it will override. Okay. Fourth one. See, it has overridden this. It has removed. Just note, and I'll see why this has gone error. What has happened here? Sample result. There's for too many requests. Where are the too many requests? It is giving something. What is the request we are sending? Okay. I'll replay this again. Let us see. Run. Okay. You repeat this, friends. Understand, every request will be associated with some headers. I have given you the link. You can see what are those headers. You see after the class and understand what those headers are. But basically, what you have to understand is headers defines the activity. One example with our friend's morning question, that for different clients, the servers processes the data differently. That is the activity. So whatever it is, now we have the facility in JMeter to mimic the browser behavior. With headers, what the browser will do, it will attach the headers and send for every request. Now, we also can send our own headers with each request. So the activity, the consumption of the resources, we can control by choosing the headers. So I'll just go back to what I have written in the morning. So what we need is the controlling. Right? We need to control the activity. So this controlling of the activity we can do with header manager. Of course, we can do with controllers also. We can do with headers also. By sending one header, by removing one header, I can control the activity. Now what has happened here, if I choose some defaults here, so whatever is commonly to be sent with all the requests, I can have it in the HTTP request defaults. Okay. Now, specific to that request, if I want to have something, I can add local to the request a header manager. So the ones which you have added will be appended to the defaults. And if you want to remove from the defaults, you add that header and make this empty, like I have done here. So earlier CHUA was there. CHUA was there, right? Yes, was there, but I removed this. Google, Chrome, something was there, but I removed here. So in the tree, when I replayed for this fourth one, I don't have this. You simulate this, friends. Understand the headers. You understood, right? Don't think something complex we are discussing. It is required. It is must. Without all this discussion, you cannot use JMeter. This is, say, JMeter has to implement the behavior of the browser. It has to implement somehow the real user behavior. That is why we are struggling. We are having so many things in JMeter. It is not simply like record, add users, run it. You will see some graphs and somebody will ask you to analyze. You cannot analyze. So to do the analysis, you should know what are all the headers you have configured. Without knowing headers you are configured, how you will analyze? All this will affect your analysis. Whether you used cache, whether you have not used cache, whether you have used embedded resources, or whether which headers you have used, all this matters. Simply like that, somebody ran one scenario and they will give you the graphs. If somebody asks you to analyze where in our system the problem is, we cannot do. If somebody asks you, you attended JMeter training, now you improve the performance of the system, you cannot do, right? Of course, you can help in creating the load. You need lot of inputs. You have to do multiple times. It is a collaboration with developers, end users, stakeholders, so many.
I think you are on mute if you're talking something. We are not able to hear you.
We are still unable to hear you.
Can you please leave and rejoin?
Can you try rejoining the meeting?
Yeah, hello. I have talked with Mustang, so he's facing net issue, so he will continue tomorrow. So we can
Okay.
hold for the day.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Yogshri.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.